Kaito, are you alright? That's oddly key smashy of you. Alright, audio balance sounds good over there. How's everyone doing tonight? Give me a moment, I'm still posting my self-promo things in the various discords that allow it. Like my friend Canny's, my friend Iggy's. Lobster doesn't go one goes in Kick server. No. Lychee server has one, but I can't post in it because you have to, it's one of those Autobot things. And I don't do a streamer mode on Discord because I have my notifications muted anyway. This server's a yes. This server's a yes. Goose's server's a yes. Nope. Then there is just these last two to put it in that about. Don't know you're dumb, ignore me. No. And now one of my friends is, Alrighty. Time for more. Actually, wait, I need to close my door. Hold up, I almost forgot about that pivotal step in this whole madness. Grab my the hot and spicy variety. Alright, you wanna go in there? Alright. Good kid. Baby. Absolute baby cat. Alrighty. Now let's do this properly. Time for more Great Ace Attorney. When last we left off, the game is right there. Okay. Sorry, one of my friends is freaking out over FF14 stuff. More accurately, one of my friends is reacting to what another friend who just started is saying because we know later things than he does. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful when he reaches heaven's word. Alright. Playing the FF7 remake again. Did you get the Platinum Trophy yet? Because that's a fucking process to get. I need to make sure my audio's actually unmuted in all the right places. When last we left off, Ryunosuke was having a good day, turn bad day, turn good day, turn bad day, turn good day, turn good day, turn bad day, probably bad day again, and then a good day, and then we're kind of in the middle. You're not made of time, just want to see Zach again. Yeah. That platinum trophy took me like 2 weeks. One of the longer ones I've done where I just gunned through it all. And now Integrate's out, so I can get that again once I get a PS5. What were we actually looking to prove? Something about the plate? That there was blood on the plate, right? Have to really like a game to go out and platinum it. I'm oddly iffy on that because I'll platinum any Final Fantasy just because it's the series thing. I haven't done 10-2 HD on there yet, and I will not do Dissidia NT, but that's just because that's not Final Fantasy. But like I'll do every Yakuza, but otherwise it's like if I like the game a lot, which I barely buy new games on my PS4, so I usually will. Like Ghost of Tsushima, phenomenal game to platinum. Alright, let's go. Shit, I'm already forgetting voices, and I'm keeping an eye on my dropped frames so far. We're already at 0. That's good, that's good. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Yeah, of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood match, show the court. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood? No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! Oh, my back. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. Oh, sweet. Thanks, I was hungry. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. In this case, of the disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Yeah. Oh, my neck. Oh, fuck. I hadn't cracked that in a while. Oh, my Jesus. This sorry-looking steak reveals all the facts too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Alright. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw just a fragment of my imagination? Let's find out! Huh? Huh? This isn't the right plate. That's fucking Koriteka's fucking plate. I guess it could be Nosa's. What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmarks from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. And imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in the bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Is that it? Huh, wow, that was it by the looks, huh? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I wonder if it's one of those chocolate coins. Looks, yeah. I wouldn't eat a chocolate coin after it's been drenched in steak juice for 3 days now. That wouldn't taste right. Like this one cookie I got from a place here in Massachusetts by the name of Fireflies. Really good barbecue place. It's about 30, 40 minutes out, depending on traffic. One time when I was a kid, what they give with the kids' meals, they give the cookies. Aluminum may protect it, true. But wait, there would be acidic stuff in there, right? Either way. One time that cookie was either too close to the onion rings or something else happened in the baking process because that shit tasted like onions. That is the worst cookie I have ever had. And because of it, we stopped going there for 3, 4, 5 years plus. And looking back, what a poor decision because their chicken and waffles, phenomenal. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this place take reveal any other clues at all? Yes. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef's hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. It wasn't good. Let me put it like this. You know how you look back on certain foods from when you were a kid fondly and you remember the taste despite probably not having it in a hot-ass minute? Like, I remember to this day what one of the old Lunchables desserts tasted like, despite that being awful for me. That onion cookie, I can still taste it some nights. It haunts me.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I'll not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. I haven't been to a fucking buffet in years. We used to go to this one whenever we visited my, my sister's mom. I forget what the name of it was. But I can still smell that place some days, and it's bad, because that place was nasty. Fun for the memories, though, of my nephew. And niece. And later on, other nephew. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely in this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Where would it be in this case? Because I know where the coin is, but would that mean I would highlight the plate itself because we were supposed to be looking at that and not the steak directly? I mean, I guess it's only going to be 1 HP, so I'll take the L if I'm wrong. This emblem on the side of the plate, is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. Seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Oh, I just missed that dialogue earlier then, okay. So it should be the steak I present then and not the plate.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoya one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen anything before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hawaii Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. The swan is angry. Run. Aren't swans known to be about as much of an asshole as geese when they're angry? That wouldn't surprise me. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hawaii Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let it stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yeah, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... that would be... Curio.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Ryunosuke, Curio Korikuta-san. Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yeah, he's not a lawyer yet in the first place. Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. Then this Hawaiiara Koban. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No. Please, why would Korikuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element to the case. This is so many character models on screen, it's actually kind of ridiculous. When was the first game released on the 3DS? Because this is impressive to do all this on that, probably with relatively little frame drops. I'm assuming it had relatively little frame drops. Obviously, we're dealing with a 60 FPS patch here and all that, but still. What's all this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? Only me now realizing the kid's name is I don't know, sir. When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were. Like miserable dogs must have had false witness. And then cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in twice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this Ryunosuke shop owner's existence. Didn't notice any frame rates on in 3DS when you played the fan translation. Damn, that's impressive. And these are like Obviously, they're probably a little touched up for this version of it, but these are pretty well constructed models. Be that as it may, Kurikuta-san. Something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban before? Oh! Yes, that's it! The one, the very one! The very exact one it is! The knife stabbed his foot! I'm looking at the fucking playback and that kid is shocked. A resplendent, splendiferous Hawaii treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace a fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Help me out of this misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwich between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwich? Okay. Seriously? Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me, could I say something? Yeah, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there has been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's richest clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at the work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Korikuta-san's Koban's all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korikuta-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? It could literally only be him, because he was meeting with him at the time.
Take that!
Didn't notice any frame rate issues on Switch either. Nice. Obviously, it could only be you. Sergeant Iyesanosa. What? How? How dare you... You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all this. Huh? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! Oh, Joe! Clippity-clop, 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 oh! Oh my god, that's so precious. Waluigi? Seen several people pick Giselle. Why? She was too busy murdering. And plus, she only arrived here recently. I'm assuming this has been going on for a while. Actually, no, I guess she wasn't too recent, but she probably wasn't a regular at the restaurant like Korikuta-san or him could be. Nippon Imperial Army, a Sergeant Yasanosa. Preparing to stand down to the Supreme Court, sir. Wah. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Potentially got hung up on the steak being hers. I'm not even sure if that is her steak, assuming that there's not another steak somewhere. Because how would he have gotten that under her steak if it's all the way over there? Oh my god, it's the wrong plate. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. It is the wrong plate then. I care about my son. Blame son for thefts. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin in my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are! Hold back the persona jokes, Kyle. Instead, unleash the Arsène Lupin ones. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yeah, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. And I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Why does it feel like that starts with Phoenix's themes ever so slightly? You'll make the persona jokes? Alright. Well, Miss Brett. No, of course, dear lady, of course. Now rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. I would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Hack time! Oh boy, hack, Huro! Let me, where's my phone? It's all the way over there. Straight. Yeah, okay, got it. Feeling like Lan Hikari in that one chapter of the manga. Clock, timer, 4 minutes. That's only increasing the time, Kyle. Scroll the other direction. There we go. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Hank Huro? Oh god, that's hella cursed. Nonsense, is it? Yeah, ever so slightly. Oof indeed. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Hold back, this is Sparta jokes. Those haven't been relevant for like 14 years-ish. The new airplane ship? Huh? What? Very well. Now all the questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. That's not how the hang time works in Ace Attorney. It's never been. Outside of one opportunity, in which case it was done for an entire character over the game. Hank Brushel lives rent-free in my head for being the worst character in this franchise. So far. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. I do try to talk a little more in most cases nowadays whenever it happens. But Hank Time Redeems kind of an enemy of how I do these games. And good day. You know what? And good day. This character will do that whenever she talks like that. Spark Brushel, the worst fucking human. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Do I look like I know what a daydream is? I'll dissociate like a normal person. Darkest party. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. What is he talking about? Wait a minute. Wait. Maybe if the steak wasn't done with a fork and knife, maybe there's fork and knife holes in the one that they're actually looking for here? Because I see none here. Unless she stabbed the exact portion she was cutting off, and even then, those are decisively teeth marks. I can't work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, then don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Whoa! Will that work? Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Looking at that graphic just then, I'll be frankly surprised if there's ever more than 4 witnesses on the stand, because they literally don't have the room for more than 5, to be frank. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? Hack time is over. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
Thank you for the redeem. What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Fucking love Cheerwine. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words are truly all contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? The steak.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before this professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Yeah, of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As you can see, there are clear, defined, barbaric teeth marks there. Yeah. Oh. Duh. Looks like Miss Brett realized something. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett is ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Well, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Yeah, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that allegedly had been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Yeah, everything. Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. It hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. This trial's run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't. But there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it'll solve every remaining mystery about the case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth to this whole affair? It'll be Hosonaga, because if he took everything from the place, he would have both plates, assuming that she switched them completely. Because that's the only reason that you would have both the non-bloodied wooden part and the iron with the coin on it. Also, speaking of which, well, unrelated technically to what I'm talking about now, I posted in the Discord earlier, but you guys see that Indiegogo campaign for that Super Ace Attorney inspired game that, like, Insane in the Rain Music's doing the soundtrack for? It looks like it could be really good if that gets funded.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention's been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. And... Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korikuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer! Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under In fact, your own steak?
Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask her, a foreign gentle lady, if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Attention!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Attention!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Saw the poster, didn't look at it. It looks really nice. I'm interested, especially in the way that they can make stuff work with their theming. Actually, now I'm curious. How's that campaign looking, like, financials-wise already? About a day in. About a third of the way there in their first day or so. Hell yeah.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? Oh no. You did switch the plates.
Well, after it happened, when I saw a civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slap of meat, that'd be it. I began my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable. Congratulations. You owned yourself.
However, fear not, Prosecutor Son.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir.
Yeah, all you did. That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That, to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. Oh, do I not get to do a big think dimension in this game? Damn it, I like that about the later 3DS games. Well, not the later 3DS games, the other 3DS games. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem to be for you? No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. Now I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate that you were eating from, Miss Brett.
Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident.
No big think to mention. Damn it, I love that podcast. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The bloodstain, it's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on that side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Yeah, it can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. Now, I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Motorcycle asshole outside, please stop being loud as fucking in the neighborhood. Damn right. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Breakdown. You okay, Goose? Outdone by a Japanese? Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no! No! Ah! 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 Why are there babies? What the fuck? We all have baby chocobos now. What? Why did she ascend and organ music played? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment on the day for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. But I only needed to see the professor to take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Because Ace Attorney, fair enough. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? Under you skirt. Rather. Missed a letter there, game. So I was right, there were two guns. Yes! And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it.
and everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
naturally the gunshot caused the commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. I'm here too. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Wouldn't be Ace Journey without typos? Yeah.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Wait, she gets to walk away? What?
Huh?
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Taketsuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not Elixir, this rookie student.
You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Yeah. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Yeah. This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Bald! Bald! I'm not bald, it's thinning.
1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system.
Yeah, that fucking animation. Flex that shit.
Despite someone as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine.
I'd say maybe roughly 8 games worth of plots at the minimum.
That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi.
Yes.
After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything in the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency. Well, that's a little bit suspect. I don't like that, but here's hoping he's fine. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? My friend Kenny just fucking first tried Catcher Chocobo? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, Kenny, what the fuck, man? Why can't I get that kind of look in FF10? Never mind.
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Oh, yeah.
In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That line hits differently when you've beaten both games. Fear. Front-facing Naruhodo is weird.
It is time to deliver the final verdict.
As I itch my elbow.
I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty!
He's shocked looking at him in the distance.
This court is now adjourned.
I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. Yeah, that's 5 hours of case at a minimum there, maybe 4.5, counting the technical issues and me having to do any jokes or anything like that. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra-large sukiyaki from a place on Yume University Street. Don't forget.
Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off.
That is not the professor that I thought it was going to be. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. No, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Wink. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh, yeah, of course. Speaking of Miko Toba...
Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh, yeah, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson?
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together? I've never heard of you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain's a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. Outside of another thing, but given that this is roughly the 1800s, still, shit is fucked over in the United States on a consistent basis.
I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything in my way. Yeah, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all.
She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future, for Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? Yeah, London's also currently suffocating in smog. This would be Industrial Revolution.
It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh, you. Inspector Hosonaga? It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's this all about? Consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but one doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it! The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over the custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. My friends keep booting up Pogo Stuck, which makes me think it keeps crashing. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just want to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do anything. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of this trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. Oh, that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. Well, let's see. This game probably has 5 cases if I had to guess, because that's been the average. Grade A Series 2 probably has another 5. You got at least 9 cases ahead of yourself, Ryunosuke, I'm sorry to say. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke.
Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Trust in their clients? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me and what I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a very special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yeah, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Damn, rip the homie. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Nani? That was a strong-ass first case, though. Holy shit. That might be one of the best first cases in the series. He kept the evidence for you, yeah. Unbreakable speckled band. Oh, I just realized these are all both meant to look like, not only like the intro stills they used to have for like old-fashioned movies, but they also look like tickets. That's neat. The Titanic.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band.
Ah, yes, I too have read
I
King of
believe
Thorns.
this is the terrible
Last night,
coil
but
to which
still.
you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Steamship Buria. Anime! It's him.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
He's armed! Oh, it's not an actual gun, okay.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Heavy from
No
TF2?
one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Don't be Ryunosuke again.
Who are you, and where have you come from?
Wait, that's Hosonaga. Oh my god, he's this game's gumshoe. Oh, I really should have seen that coming.
Shows. I presume you must have heard of me.
They made him way too pretty for that still. His name is Biff Stroganoff. Ah, my head's throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Oh, wait. I can't move. Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now, Oh, damn it. We had to drag you out of wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You... found me then. Ah, we found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Sorry. Now you've been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold Goshen is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Damn it, I keep... Let him show up! I want to talk as him! Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Oh no, I called it! Fuck! Where's Kazuma? Duh, you pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses.
Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Ah, damn it. Why? I saw the narrative unfolding before me. I could just smell the death. Damn it. Every ace attorney needs the death early on in their career to fucking be the catalyst for them doing what they do. Fuck! Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? He can't be. These handcuffs, surely you don't think... I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No. No! Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Will we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else would you come to England with me to study? Partner. Wink. Wink. Unmarked roommate. There's really something else when you brought their luggage in here earlier, though. Why did that Russian crewman just toss your traveling case onto the floor? Thought I was gonna die! Yeah, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. Must have even less of a man than you look. Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd be broken every bone of my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. If you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yeah, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer! Best friends carry their best friends in their luggage. Man, I've heard of Carry On My Wayward Son, but not the Carried On Wayward Son. Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened.
do we have in court record? The badge again. The symbol of Yume, blah blah blah. Same dialogue as before. Stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, and I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. This is the paper seal I want for the wardrobe. I'm really working hard to make it. I'll never forget how Cosmo reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that, he said? Still, I'm sure the people would get the idea if they couldn't read it, so we used it anyway. And it worked! I don't know if the crew thought I was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick it over the wardrobe doors. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course, we didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use this instead. That would probably spoil after a while. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as possible as I could. I couldn't bear to waste any. Rice glue's a new one. He's really been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to this cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprits couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Maybe they're still in here. Check the trunk. Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis of the experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert is consulted on our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious signs of external injury then. That's true, yes. You know, in a way, this case is already reminding me of something. It's reminding me of Case 2 from Investigations 1, where you're on the plane. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say. You were here in the cabin after all. Well, yeah, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day for so far on this voyage. But this morning, he didn't come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? No, I knocked, but there was no reply. I then started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... I'm already looking at the thing he wrote. That's Cyrillic. Why would Kazuma know Russian? There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. Must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard for me to believe, too. Trust me. Everything I've told you, everything I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yeah, alright. Ugh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san?
You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you. But why? Now, I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Cosmo, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yeah, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level. If you were to become a lawyer, then... Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Huh? Yo! My friend cleared Eden 12 Savage. Fuck yeah! Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, I'll ever just grab your certified best friend and change the legal system. By the hands, I should note. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, thing is, I don't really remember. Cosmo brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yeah. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth! If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this happen to happen? Ah! I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Cosmo was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm gonna work out who took out Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to excuse me. Hey! Oh, Jesus!
I'm getting Athena flashbacks! Only this time, I'm the cop.
What the? That was a Susato takedown.
Susato, what?
What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you've achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I had to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Well, it would have to be this, because he would have to stick it on, and it was on, and I was in on in, therefore, not me.
Yes.
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Cosmo always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course, the gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. A double locked room mystery. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? The blood is rushing all to my head and I can no longer feel my left pinky toe. Sup, Bun Bun? How you doing tonight? Welcome. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me. I'm sorry. No. Huh? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back into position. What does she think I am, a magician? That's a different character. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh! I shall be watching you, to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to use your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right? Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here, examine everything I can. Squints. I think you're here, Bun Bun. I think you're lying to me. Kazuma, I swear. I will avenge your death. I like how the move icon is a fucking old carriage. Alright. I know how to do this by now. Oh, it's the Russian man. Hey, how are you doing? This is more Ukrainian than Russian, but you know what? It don't matter. We're working with basically 2.5 screens. That sword sticks out like a motherfucker. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yeah, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Oh dear, that won't do. Huh? Oh, well, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yeah, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? A whole ass onion? Holy shit. I'm sure you're careful to look around using the D-pad, aren't you? Yes, I am. Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. More onion than chicken. I like onions. I don't like onions that much. What I do like that much are the hot and spicy Cheez-Its. Not sponsored. I just think they're fucking delicious. It's so fucking weird now. I taste these Cheez-Its now, and all I can think of is fucking Zero Escape. Because the entire time I was playing Virtue's Last Reward and Zero Time Dilemma, I was eating them. Oh, not the Cheetos, no. Yeah, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. That's my dinner from last night, roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate it on the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean... Poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly. It's just too horrible. Ah, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery all over the floor for some reason. Yeah, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny, I can't remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then, perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama? No! Seigi. The Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet you... Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so... Why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware? Whatever the thing is, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Netsuke. Fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he? And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue? Yeah, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? No, I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yeah, it's almost as if the whole shelf's been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Cosmo-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage? That wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to west up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure she said everyone's busy, that's all. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to, you're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, it surely should be connected to the outside? That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough? Or something like that? I suppose maybe that's it. This is where dear Cosmo-san would have it sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Cosmo, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hey-ya! That's out of the question. Cosmo-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Poor Cosmo-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Oh, that's the wrong button. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yeah, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over and over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it's less painful than a Susato takedown. Did Cosmo write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage? Poor Cosmo-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It was almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? No, Jesus! Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. He just fucking spawns in like that? Damn. Herlock, what the shit? As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me... Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look anything like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Cosmo's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman to my sights and see what he has to say for himself. No, please do. Excuse me? Excuse me! Do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. I'm surrounded by weirdos. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Cosmo's desk just now?
Why was that his fucking first animation? Oh, I have a clip from his clear V12. Let's see. What's their cast timer looking like? Oh my god. They were that fucking close? Holy shit. God damn, Justin. Oh, I love FF14 memes.
Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh, yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive, and just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. What? Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how... How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. That's a different game. Yeah? And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? Perhaps the Russian? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're planning a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. There's no way I... Yeah! Jesus! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder, so I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy suited. And more often than not, I'm right. I love him already. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. I need to just take a screenshot of him real quick. So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. The very same, the unimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Alright. So, you're a great detective then, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see, you're German? Hairlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I have hair. Please, call me Holmes. Now I'm curious what that dialogue was like in Japanese where his name was actually Sherlock. Also, I'm partially convinced that the entire reason this game exists is they're like, alright, how can we get Sherlock Holmes into an Ace Attorney game? Time travel might be a bit too far-fetched for us. So what can we do? Why not just set it in the past? Brilliant! You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rant's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially.
Ah, yeah. Here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then?
Well, yes, but actually no.
Good night, Mother.
Indeed I am.
And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective.
Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward.
Backward?
My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine.
You have a biographer?
Do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London.
Dr. Wilson.
I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown.
Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not.
Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science?
Really?
The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in a subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of the muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data.
I swear to God, if a reveal at the end of this game is that the Gramarye clan is descended from Sherlock Holmes, I'm gonna lose my goddamn shit. That's so stupid, it's amazing.
Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago.
How can you look me in the eye and claim that?
So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes.
I don't know how to deal with this character yet. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet?
Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow! Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him.
When I became anxious about Cosmo Summer this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Holmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me.
No, really. Two facts, you say?
Mr. Holmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me.
Yeah, I understand, but what were they?
Allow me to elucidate. The two facts I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. A murder had happened, and the door was locked. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was a Russian and killed following dispute with acquaintance.
Very wrong.
Very, very wrong. Hold on, Mr. Holmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor.
Just gonna Google how to pronounce that. Russian for wardrobe. What the fuck? Cyrillic is fucking weird for people who speak Latin-based languages. Garderobe? Alright.
That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian.
Kazuma was Russian, was he?
Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of a killer, a certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interests of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there, at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer.
Why is it that I'm Russian too?
I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people.
Have you ever been to Russia?
Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of Russian people? I had no idea.
And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong.
I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details.
This
was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed.
Yeah, Cosmo had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes?
What, pray?
You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that.
Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth.
Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? I should just keep that tab open in case he starts saying other languages. You know, it occurs to me, I don't know how to type those non-Latin characters on a fucking actual keyboard, so I'm just gonna assume that, like, translates to elementary and say, elementary! Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean?
Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in.
Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part.
Ah, yes, the more sordid details. That was a fairly commonplace deduction.
Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik. We're dealing with the Bolsheviks in some regard. Okay.
Flees Russia via Shanghai.
Wait, Shanghai.
This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday. Last night, the young Russian was murdered.
Since when was Cosmo a Russian?
It sounds like Mr. Sholmes concluded he was Russian because of what Cosmo-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill of this very man who helped him to escape his true identity after was discovered.
Yes, you. Villain Bolshevik.
No. How could it be me?
I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face.
Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all.
Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well?
Ah, please.
And might I add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more?
Well, that's because I'm a stowaway.
what about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all his particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I had just returned from Afghanistan? Also, quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it, anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take a label for yourself. A little memento of this great deduction. Oh, hey. Thank you. I will absorb all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you might need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. I suppose it wouldn't help to just glance at the article. There might be a picture or two. Alright, then let's do that. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering about is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yeah, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes must never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, you need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's a problem, Mr. Sholmes. Huh, this isn't interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. I'm sure these last two events aren't connected whatsoever. Remembers the E3 presentation? Okay. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented, young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from a dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance from all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Hodo. Mr. Naruhodo. By the way, is this song Herlock's theme? I like it. Before we started talking, you were examining Cosma's desk, weren't you? Cosma. Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We saw that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Cosmo was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return the matter to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. I only know what two of those things mean. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then? God help him, he's a himbo. I love him. If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it for you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Remembers the intro, so Kazuma was killed by some sort of poisonous snake, maybe? A speckled band? What does this mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yeah, the adjoining cabin. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere new to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Kaito. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. But why? A simple glance at your wrists should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Huh? You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? Let's go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Hiya! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part.
Should I start a throw count? I think we still have some investigation to finish up in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea! The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. Okay. Excuse me. What? I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigated a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape. Very funny. We're in the middle of a sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Yet! You stay in this cabin until next port. Then it's up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Alright. There's no point trying to appeal this man's bitter nature, that's for sure. But what is even left? Thanks to this so-called detective, I'm even more stuck in this cabin than I was before. For the time being, I suppose I just have to focus my efforts on investigating in here. What am I missing? It's probably just the wardrobe that I was in. The most obvious thing in the room. Huh. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail for Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right word description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So, yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Oh, the door. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy. It just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would have been no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and a thread to draw a bolt across from the room, outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabinet and its frames are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There'd be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I could try. Hasanaga, why are you here? Is that... something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing over by the door. I can't help but feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is. Still haven't got that cough checked out. I honestly thought that cough was going to end up, once the Curare became involved in the last case, that he was poisoned. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Don't wipe that on your white sleeve. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. He has fucking teeth. Oh, fuck. This would be the era of fucking consumption, wouldn't it? Oh, no. I hope he makes it to the end of the games, because I don't want him to die. I kind of like him. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and aboard this ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. Huh? This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Ah! It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even be a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Cosmo-san was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class deck. I've failed miserably in my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Cosmo's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the cabin next door should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how... There may be a way. What, really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you're in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yeah, I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. First, I should save, because it's been a bit. Yeah, it's been since 11. It is 12:30. I know there's autosaving, but I'm paranoid. If I had to guess, it'd probably be his diary? What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band, so that is strange. Yeah, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator. Is it... You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next room. Next door cabin. That's right, so if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what that speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guide the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But, what about the captain? Aren't you going to go against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just like move and we can loot this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see if we can find out. I suddenly remember I have legs. Oh, thank God they keep this fucking system from the 3DS games. That's a mouse trap. Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation? Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to a second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure no one comes in who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know. But the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. You have no idea. Please don't give me that pitying look. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble, but could I perhaps ask you of something? You little third-class ladies' maid. Damn. You know? At least he's not racist so far. I'm curious about why his face is striped, but he's not racist. It's more so a classist thing. Oh. We seem to have cast this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not sailor. My mother gave me name.
I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. Beef Stroganoff! Now you see, I'm so used to reading the name Biff in reference to Back into the Future. That's the first time I've thought about the pun. Best thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area? Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship. For very important persons. Sort of very important persons. Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I'm guarding always this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Duh! Or is that yeah? Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da? I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no? Genius. Delicious indeed. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Ah. Well, it sounds like there's somebody next door in the cabin at least. Yeah, it's tantalizing. Did you tell us who's traveling in the next door cabin to Mr. Asogi? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He's very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly students from insignificant Far East lands. There's the racism. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin or felt like anyone's there. Well, presumably, since the gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins. He must be rather important, is that right? Yeah, I noticed you spelled his name wrong, but to be frank, it doesn't matter. I got the name Stroganoff from it. You on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Duh, all the time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about what last night at all? It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Head? Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly, no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. I haven't played this case in a while. I mean, hey, I've never played it, period. So, it don't matter to me. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said, no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Alright. Bulkhead to second-class area staying locked at all times. You escape when lobster fish is on top of mountain, or as English say, when pigs fly. Yeah, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reached for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there? No, I started with my talk of running it away.
And there's no way I can get one away while Cosmo's death remains a mystery anyway. That book on top of the table, that really is huge. There's a pen with it, too. Yeah, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. Wouldn't expect a rough and shit-ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. Shows each deck. Look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink into the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. Is it? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. They're so close to understanding. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Saitera. Well, I suppose so. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yeah, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. Ryunosuke. You have not lived until you've had a bite of melted provolone on top of breaded chicken. Especially with marinara sauce. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm! It says, press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship. And brings the vessel to a complete stop. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch that! But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs! You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be even in a worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, this ship included. Which way is the front of the ship from here? Because a complete stop at the momentum would cause the books to fall down, so I think a complete stop's involved here somehow. If you have something that's foolish, at least make it... If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect everyone else. The left. Which would be the direction relative to us that those books fell down in. When a stop happens, you lurch forward, then backward, then forward in a ship, I believe. So that would mean the momentum would carry the books to the left. A sudden stop was involved. But who stopped the ship, why, and... Or better, I guess, what could have stopped the ship, even? I might just be reading too deeply into something I'm not meant to read too deeply into yet.
have a theory, but I have so little information that I don't feel there's a point in saying it. First class cabin number 1, yeah, that's us. Not our cabin, it's Cosmo-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe we've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin's in steerage number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in that cabin can help solve that one particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. Spitting in from out of frame. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes? I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off the hinges. What? Oh man, that had to be a line the localizers had fun with. Holy shit. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? Ah, a true Kamen Rider fan. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Dr. Light? It's early years? Who are you? A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody here but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in the room. But in that case, just who screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like it's a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself in the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me! Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, the case just shook. Leave, now. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it, this strange Russian man's hiding something. That about sums up 40 years worth of history at the least. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. I like this little tune. What do you think you're doing? He's just sitting in the fucking thing! Ah! This is my cabin.
Get out.
Can we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps?
No!
Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. Doesn't appear to be anything more we can do.
I agree, but there may be something else that can help.
Perhaps that great detective can get us somewhere with Mr. Roylott?
Yeah, this is probably a thing where everything I investigate is gonna give me that dialogue, isn't it?
Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it?
Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there?
Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst visiting, while waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, yeah, no, actually, you're spot on, for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in his cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what his most effective weapon used against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian would react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please. Well then, what you're about to see may as well astound you. For I'm about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you?
What?
From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? Yes? I really don't think either of those should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but once I read it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence, it biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence.
What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that?
Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind on now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
What do you mean?
Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. By using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not?
Nah.
And number two, the other conclusion I've drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not?
Ah!
Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twatter? Twatter? No, that's the not Twitter for certain series. Oh, yes. I've read all about it countless times in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right.
How could you?
How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together.
Whoa. Old man's identity.
So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand? Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer is, of course, staring at us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I need to take a picture of this pose for someone because I think it's just phenomenal. Deliberately choosing text that doesn't have anything in it.
Your favorite mechanic of the new games. Ooh.
Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. I love all the spins. And now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Ah, yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, the eyes speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crimes is before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It gets better? Oh my god. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, the young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not so well suited to a life of crime, are we? No careless coup de l'oeil. Kudu? Kudu. I know how to pronounce coup. How the fuck do you pronounce Doel? Because that's not coup d'etat. Coup de oui? French is a weird language that I can't comprehend. Betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can be equally found in the pages of this newspaper. But there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us but to one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky! Just because you add ski at the end of everything doesn't make it Russian.
And my soda's done. 3 hours into stream. Tell you what, I can make a drink last sometimes. And my tea is done, so I'm just down to water. Shit. Oh well. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about. Was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Bolt. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? I half expected him to just spin forward and then be in front of us. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall a discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina, indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly! You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain latheness in their bodies. Vinegar. For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortions in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. There's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives? What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions? Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry?
Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Huh? Ah! Where are you handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather say it like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
Alright, so we're just going through all this again. It's really not. It should be the beard. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that would seem to better fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, then what? I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one doing something like this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Alright, I'll be real. This is the one thing I know about the game for a fact, because I watched that E3 presentation, at least, like, some of it actively, where they showed off the game. Mind you, it's the most obvious shit in the world, but... you know.
Yes!
Oh my god, yes. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such a lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Please tell me they actually start dancing later on. Oh no. If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. No, it's not. It's the one about the ballerina. Well, that was a shock. I knew the old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts of Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not strictly Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts on all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott's actually a woman. Exactly. She can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yeah. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we know it now. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yeah, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh, and there she lay dead. She actually did get stabbed. You're right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg of you, don't tell anyone. Well, this is just gonna fall apart completely. But what would she have the case for? The case is the incorrect thing here, okay. This woman's the ballerina, and she's right in front of her eyes, so clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. Unless somehow she's learned how to do some really dumb anime stuff. No, that's right, it seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? It seems to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman's up to. Alright. Oh! Yeah, that lines up. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What? Me? So usually girls who wear tiaras, wouldn't you like to try it on? Please tell me there's fan art of him wearing it being like, you know, I feel pretty. This was a good idea. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. No. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking the precious tiara with you. I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? Hold on a second. I'm thinking back to history. And the Bolsheviks in particular. She's not just a ballerina, is she? This girl's only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I'll tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your life is... Oh, we're back to here. The reason you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Schultz is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yeah, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that general direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden in that side of that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Or descending one, it seems to me. When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Ah, looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage. And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? It's almost like someone has taken a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavlova? Well, she was practicing her ballet. This basically confirms my the ship stopped theory in some way. But who stopped it, why, and what caused everything? Maybe Miss Pavlova when she was practicing her ballet. Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian. Well, that's a relief. Let's try our luck elsewhere. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. There was exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left drifting in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? It's a metal door, the same as in Cosmo's cabin. Yes, and a rather slim bolt in the same as well. Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over at the door here instead of the bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin. Maybe. Honestly, to me, it's probably the rules of passage. Because if that thing moved, there's something alive in there. She brought a pet. Based off the intro, probably a snake. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Yet. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed in the forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet? I love them both so much. Elementary. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I'm not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Burya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Should you really have snuck on board without being noticed? I mean, you did. In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai, I was sure they would come looking for me. I love that mechanic so much. Dancing with Sherlock Holmes, I will fucking take it. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw it in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened I couldn't stop from screaming. I know that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right, it's my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. That I currently have closed inside a... a fucking case without any way to get air. It is dying. Help it. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, alright, I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. Or at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed. It is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. No, yeah, what? Observe your wrists. My... Ah! Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it, really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. That is the wrong button. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. Do we have an exact year on when this takes place? I ask for a good reason of comedy. Even if we have a decade, I can probably get funny stuff out of that. Shit. Because, like, we're near the turn of the 20th century based off what I think Cosmo said earlier. But let's see. 80s would be the Tombstone, Arizona thing. That whole shootout that became the basis of the movie Tombstone with Kurt Russell. There's the Chinese Exclusion Act, particularly in California. The Orient Express, I think, started running around then. Well, that's not the U.S. A whole bunch of shit from the dollop happened. Either way, don't go to America in the 19th century. It's hell. 20th century as well. Less so in the last 20 years of it. For different reasons. The 2000s have been a trip. Oh boy. Speaking of which, fucking 20 years this year, Jesus. I'll never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget a challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. I was also going to ask that because 20k rubles in USD currently is $270. But if I run that through a calculator, and invert it, if in 2021 you purchased an item for this, let's say in the year 1885, just as a median, that 269 would be worth... Oh no. This inflation calculator only goes to 1913. Whoa, okay, I'm doing this completely wrong, I think, somehow, but also not. That's about $10. That is a very cheap tiara. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only little food and water. We must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have been all kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin. So they're helping. That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. It creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yeah, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum? I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. That's it, of course! So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. Maybe she had a little dinghy and that's Ooh, that could be the reason the ship stopped. Picking up someone they found in the ocean. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here, too. I descended from the heavens, because I'm an angel. Parachutes? Huh? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. Seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself, right now counts. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think any animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in a unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia with a land as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may as well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. I mean, tangentially related, given genetics. Really? Considering the benefits, a rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, though. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. What, though? Oh, wait, the journal. Because the speckled band came from this room. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yeah, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound, and then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks to be some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Am I bleeding? Whoa. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. All right. I'll come in now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yeah, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out. The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later then. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. As to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. And I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine we won't be able to for a while longer, and we'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yeah, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Oh, they have like little blurbs from Susato on the bottom. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yeah, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Might have some new information for us. You never know. Where is he? Oh. Well, he's looking a little beat up. Oh, very beat up. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Ah, please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? Who hurt my boy? When I told the captain I'd give you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes? I don't think he was German, though. Herlock! Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Sorry for that pause there. I just looked at her name and I noticed Pavlov's in there, so I have a feeling that whistling sound involves the animal in some form. Whether or not it's like calling it back for something, I don't know. Nikolina, though, what's that's the joke there? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? You're a ballet fan? Shit. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the Never encampment is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I'm definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here. I'm just trying to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. What? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What's new information you learned, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of the death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. So his back was broken? His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something with wouldn't leave a mark. Hands? Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It's a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. Oh. I have a second copy of the report. If I might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Ugh. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing. He practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish," was all he said. Shoe polish? Wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how can Mr. Sholmes have known it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. Alright, have a good night, Volt. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with the game yourself. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? That sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker, and I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean... this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed the floor? That's all I can really tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is... I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. But heavy head, that's interesting. My head's still throbbing, too. It's more than just us having it. Carbon monoxide poisoning, maybe, related? I think that's a symptom from that. I should probably examine that evidence first, see if there's anything I can get from it. 1 a.m. and a little past 2. That thing looks like it's a bell, but what would you have a bell for around here? Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin. Oh, why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, I mean, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Whew! He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spelt on the floor, and they spelled the word Russian, the Russian for wardrobe. It does appear to be the unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian, which begs the question of who did write it. Old Man Jenkins! All the books provided for the passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yeah, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing in his diary. 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35, looks like some sort of speckled band was dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it almost isn't possible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. Just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from this speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova hadn't been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. That's genuinely everything I can see in here. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone! Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ah! All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la? Captain Underpants? Did you hear that? It sounded like someone was singing. Tra-la-la-lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Is fucking Sholmes just ballerina twirling off-screen? Yes, you're right. We must seize it. If this is like that moment in Yakuza 0, where you're in the one cabaret club, you look around and you just see that one guy pelvic thrusting in his underpants, I'm gonna lose my shit. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Stroganoff, not stringy knot. I guess in that case... You actually are there. You're like a fucking Resident Evil jump scare waiting to happen, man. I swear to God. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? Stars. He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-lira-lira-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Is this meant to be to the tune of My Way by Frank Sinatra? Mr. Sholmes! Oh, God. What is it? You want to fight? I love him. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? Flex that motherfucking mocap, though. Holy shit. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in a study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. Did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. That's the time of death. It's all connected. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Oh! You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Bro, come on. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first class's passageway, and his own almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes down every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, The ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. For once in this fucking life. Alright, so 2 a.m. So the murder... We already knew it was between 1 and 2, but 1:30 to 2 is more accurate, seems. Ah, you're starting to understand what is my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes... Sholmes? Brilliance. The knee hurts, not sure why. Like, yeah, because your foot was feeling off earlier when you were walking your dog. You feeling it right, Kaito? Oh, what is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be affected with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Everyone's having that. Why? It's the same leg, too? If that persists longer than like 2 or 3 days, consult the doctor. If you can. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing? Oh, you too? Can I go into the room? Yes, I can. Alright, question. How close am I to the next save point? Because this feels like a case where I'm either 10 minutes away or 40 minutes away. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh! Where's she gone? And the case is open. Hey! What are you doing? Those are her private things. It's not a moment to waste, Naruhoto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-san. Sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yeah, we will. There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmic's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We didn't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Oh, shit. A very fair point. Possibly another hour or so. In that case, I'll at least finish this investigation phase. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yeah, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump into outside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Investigate thoroughly. Oh, that's the wrong. This cabin door is the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. The bolt's drawn across, there's no way anyone can enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? Wait, there's no trial? Ooh, I actually kind of like that. A pure investigation case? And given it's the one that introduces Herlock, that's a fucking... That's cool. Still, it wouldn't slide across of its own, would it? No, and the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any sea watcher coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Ah, yeah, they're displayed in this cabin, too. Look, the SS Buria's rite of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean... I wonder where her friend's disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yeah. So do I. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked him over in a rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. And that gives them... That'll tell people we were in here. Good job. Fucking... Alright, that means everything I had to look at is on this side. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open! It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yeah, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Wrong button. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ah, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly! We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Just a wee bit. There's just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. Wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian. Thanks! I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask much too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. It would seem this teapot's empty. It's a natural conclusion that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came in this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Shut up! You don't know me. So this ventilator connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator to another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm? Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That's a possibility. Anyway, last night, Cosmo wrote what he saw as a speckled band coming out of his ventilator. That is a nice way of saying you're a moron, huh? Huh? What's that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted 1/4 mile to 4. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What? I didn't get to investigate the obvious plate on the ground because I was saving it for last. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me. You died. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Well, I was right. Because the books are now identical. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yeah, the ship's come to a stop. Ooh, wait, the headaches could be from them hitting their heads, maybe, when the stop happens. The previous one. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? The bolt's shut due to the fucking stop. Oh god, what if Kazuma's death was a complete accident? The ship stops maybe to pick up fucking Pavlova, however the fuck she got on the ship. He's awake. The sudden stop lurches him forward or backwards into something, hitting his neck bluntly. And he falls dead. That would also lock the door. Or they do the sudden stop to hide the dead body. I'm turning into fucking Herlock. Jesus Christ. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Bolton, you on another jet? Like, how the fuck did you forget to lock the... Oh, man. Apparently this is a fucking consistency, by the way, with me. Because when I was playing 999, actually no, the Zero Escape games period, with Kuro, who was in chat earlier, apparently I did that a lot. Even in times it was just me joking like, oh man, what if it's like this? And then that actually happened in some of the endings. What I'm trying to say is Virtue's Last Reward was fucking insane. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let that inspector in? I'd be to tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Hey, a save point. So it was one of those where it was basically just 10 minutes away. I love it when that happens. Alright, I'm gonna refresh Twitch real quick. Yeah, that's true. All the games are kind of insane. I just started, fucking iSomnium Files the other day as well, though I'm not gonna be able to play that probably until tomorrow night again at the earliest, next week otherwise. In that game so far, I can feel the insanity just seeping. But that is where we're going to have to end off for the night. I want to thank y'all for coming by. Kaito, Volt, if you're still here and just lurking asleep. Cythera, Kuro, Bun Bun, anyone else who's lurking and not chatting, thanks for stopping by. I need to get a better outro because every view matters. Viewer matters when you're this small of a streamer. Next stream is going to be the usual Tuesday night, where we're gonna probably finish off case 2 and start off case 3 just based off the 4-hour timer thing. Unless it's a case like case 5 of Trials and Tribulation, or actually no, like fucking the ending of Dual Destinies, where what we thought would be maybe an hour and a half of game left at most was 4 hours for the ending of that game. Although that could have been because it was me and James doing that game together. So the question is, who are we gonna raid? Looking around. Rox is playing Super Mario Odyssey. Clockwork Knight 2. Dark Souls 3. Those are the people I'd like to raid, one of those 3. Let me check if Lychee's going live, because he said he was going to start earlier this next couple nights. You know what? We're gonna go raid Ness MK, who is currently playing Dark Souls 3, which apparently he used to be good at. Not my kind of game, but he himself is chill. Send some love his way. He's a real nice guy. And otherwise, I'll see you guys Tuesday night. See you guys then.